Widziałem ten filmik z Tesli, jeszcze zanim go wysłałeś. Kurde. No tam z 2 paki to na pewno miał. Nawet niech ma te 5, nie? To z 2 paki. No, znaczy wiesz, on elektryki też dużego V-Maxa nie wyciskają, tylko przyspieszenie mają, nie? No ale to 200 i tak miał na pewno. Wiesz, można byłoby to policzyć, tylko nie wiadomo. y, Znaczy, no, da się to policzyć tam na. No, no nie wiesz, czy hamulec zadziałał. W ogóle w sensie. Kurde, zaraz zobaczę. Wie, tam wszystko jest pewnie elektronicznie sterowane. Nie wiem, czy tam jest jakaś. Powiedzmy. Fizyczne połączenie. Tam raczej chyba wszystko by wire jest, nie? Związane. Nie, bardziej ABS nie ma prawa zablokować ci możliwości hamowania, bo tylko, że to ABS jest po to, że jak tracisz przyczepność, to żeby spowodował to, że w trakcie skręcenia kół ty tą przyczepność zyskujesz. Znaczy, bez skręcania kół też zyskujesz tą przyczepność, tak? No bo ABS. No tak, tak. Ale w sensie jakby samego procesu hamowania on nie może ci zabronić. W sensie ABS, to nie jest tak, że ABS zawsze działa. Znaczy ABS też jest systemem nie tak, że on tylko odpowiada za hamowanie, bo to jest, wiesz, tempomat, co tam jeszcze jest, ESP, tak, czyli stabilizacja toru jazdy. No, on za różne funkcje odpowiada, tak. Wiesz, często jest tak, że auto nie jedzie, bo ABS, tak, silnik na przykład nie chce odpalić, bo ABS. U mnie na przykład w Oplu, jak czujnik ABS-u w tylnym, chyba prawym kole się zepsuje, to jest problem z poziomowaniem, bo ja mam, to z poziomowaniem lamp, bo ja mam ksenony, a ksenon zawsze musi być prawnie tak zrobiony, że musi się zawsze poziomować przy włączeniu, nie? No to jak czujnik jest uszkodzony, to mi się lampa nie poziomuje na przykład. Bo bardziej myślałem nad tym, że jakby sam Bóg komputera w ogóle nie dopuszcza do wciśnięcia, bo to byłoby widać z dymsku od razu. Tam od razu by się to zajęło. Tak? Czy właśnie. Nie, nie ma dymsku. Nie ma. Czyli nie hamował. Przy takiej energii to on by. Koła to by mu się jarały. No tam pewnie hamulców ceramicznych nie ma, tylko pewnie stalowe zwykłe, to by się fajczyło. Nie wiem, czy Tesla oferuje ceramikę w swoich autach. A no to fakt. Tam było, że tam ludzie po 400 000 trzaskają, nie? Na jednych klockach. Mm. Nie ma w Teslach takiego, mm, jak w... No to jest ten, klątwa rozbieganego diesla, o. No ale to łatwo zapobiec temu, tylko ktoś musi wiedzieć, że bo tam trzeba sprzęgło, piąty bieg i strzeli ze sprzęgła i diesel gaśnie. Ale właśnie mnie dziwi, że albo może jest, a nie wiem, no bo we wszystkich urządzeniach elektrycznych są takie, wiesz, paleciaki, wózki widłowe i tak dalej. Są wyłączniki bezpieczeństwa takie, nie? Że walisz grzyba i nie ma prądu. Nie mam pojęcia. No to pewnie są bezpieczniki światła, ekran. Ej, słuchajcie, wypuściliśmy łatkę. Ale w ogóle w Teslach są skrzynie biegów. Takie dwustopniowe. Znaczy przekładnie, nie skrzynie biegów. Ty niedźwiedź przed bazą jest. Znaczy nie wiem czy akurat w Teslach, ale na przykład w Audi e-tron to... Nie, tam uważaj, bo jest niedźwiedź od frontu. Na przykład w Audi e-tron to w trakcie jazdy ewidentnie czuć na przykład, że jest przekładnia, nie? Tam gdzieś przy chyba 140 na godzinę. Masz czym to zebrać? Znaczy wiesz, to że mają przekładnie, ja nie wiem czy tam są jakieś w ogóle mechanizmy. Czy to jest spięte na stałe, czy tam jest jakieś sprzęgło, czy nie ma? Ale czy przy przepinaniu z pierwszego na drugi? No są dwa, ale nie wiem czy w każdym. Wiem, że na 100% mur beton w elektrykach stosują przykładnie dwustopniowe. I czy to się tyczy tylko tych z tylnym napędem, czy 4x4 też? No bo jak 4x4, to wtedy takie przykładnie muszą być dwie. W ogóle robili test. Zrobili terenówkę elektryczną i każde koło miało swój silnik elektryczny. To w terenie była tak mocna, że nawet najbardziej wprawieni z najlepszymi furami terenowymi nie mieli szans. No. Gdzie mój rower? A, no, w ekwipunku. A, oni biegają. A, ja zapomniałem się. A mnie zatroli. Ale level wbija. O, tu żelazne strzały miał. Masz. Kurde, te antybiotyki trzeba się nauczyć. Lekarz. Trzeba mieć perki na to. Mhm. O, dobra, zrobię tego lekarza. I tak mi intelekt ładuje. Tak, z ekwipunku. Ale nie pamiętam, czy ci mówiłem, ale za zrobienie tygla do pieca dostałem 7000 expa. Gdzie masz level? A, no. A co znaczy etap gry? A czego ja mam niższy? Ja mam... Ja mam 33, ty masz 43. Okej. Co? No dobra, a jak Tesla jest w czterobucie, to jak są rozwiązane silniki? I co? I załóżmy od jakiejś prędkości działa tylko silnik z większym przełożeniem? Pojebane. Szczerze, komputer ma więcej roboty w silniku spalinowym. Znaczy tam jest bardzo dużo parametrów, które na siebie wpływają, które trzeba monitorować, dostosowywać i a najbardziej przejebane mają hybrydy. Nie. Zależy o jakiej hybrydzie mówimy. Zazwyczaj no pluginy, no to spalinowy jest normalnie silnikiem napędowym. A elektryczny jest jakby wspomagaczem. No i wiadomo, tam są te EV mody, że tylko na elektryku da się jechać. Ale to też nie we wszystkich rodzajach tych hybryd. Są. E, Powiem ci z doświadczenia, jak tak czasami słucham, to tam znajomi znajomych, jak mają hybrydy, to kumpel taki, no dalszy, kupił sobie hybrydę, zrobił nią 10 000 kilometrów, z czego 8 jest na elektryku. No bo jeździ sobie cały dzień po mieście, 50 kilometrów, wraca, ładuje, no, i na następny dzień to samo. I wiesz. I ciągle na elektryku jeździ, nie? Jak potrzebuje, no to jedzie w trasę na spalinówce. Według mnie jest to szkodliwe dla silnika spalinowego. Pod jakim względem opłacane? Ale kosztów zakupu, serwisowania, jazdy. Jeśli patrzymy na koszty jazdy, to tak. Bo hybrydy nie są aż tak względnie drogie. Znaczy nie ma takiej przepaści między spalinową a hybrydą, jak spalinową a elektrykiem. A hybryda ma realnie duży wpływ na to, ile samochód spala. I tam wiesz, jak masz jakieś V6, V8 od Lexusa w hybrydach, no to tam 8-10 litrów po mieście w 400-konnym aucie, czy nawet więcej, to przecież to są śmieszne wartości, nie? Tylko minusem hybryd, znaczy teraz mówię o Lexusach, no Toyota, tak? No, po prostu Toyota, ale pod marką Lexus. Minusem tego jest taki, że silniki do hybryd są inaczej skonstruowane, bo one muszą być odporne na ciągłą zmianę temperatur, nie? Więc tak. Trochę popracuję, znowu przerwa. I tak naprawdę mnie osobiście by wkurzało to, no bo ja lubię sobie depnąć na przykład spod świateł, tak? A silnik spalinowy wyłączy się tylko na przykład jak mocno w gaz do dechy wciśniesz. I mnie by wkurzało fakt, że ja nie wiem, czy silnik jest nagrzany, czy nie. Czy mogę dać w pizdę, czy nie. I to te takie... No. Dobra, kurde, może ja zacznę coś robić, a nie gadać. Bo tak chodzę góra, dół i... Czego nam tu brakuje? Craftingowe. Może być. No, mogę ci zrobić. Ale stal mogę ci zrobić. A schemat masz? Bo to tylko ze schematu. Umiejętności się nie odblokowują stalowych. Jak sobie wejdziesz w stalowek, klikniesz, to po pierwsze zobaczysz, czy masz, a po drugie, jak ja mam warunki odblokowania, to mam tylko stalowe narzędzia schemat. Nie mam nic o skillach. No zobacz. Ja znalazłem akurat schemat. O, telefon. Zły. Dobra. Poszedłem do Tradera. Za ladą miał save. Jeszcze za pierwszym razem wytrychem go otworzyłem. Obok. Za plecami bym nie sięgnął, ale obok stoi, to sięgłem. O! U niego na wieżyczce tej skrzynia wojskowa skrzynia z amunicją. 70 naboi do karabinu, 40 do pistoletu. Czemu można być złodziejem? Ale nic ciekawego nie miał. Może się do drugiego tradera przejadę zobaczyć. tam jakieś questy zobaczymy. Co to mają? Poziom pierwszy. Pozbądź się zombie. 151 metrów. Właśnie nie ma tutaj nic. Udowodnij, że możemy ze spokojnym sumieniem przyjąć cię do biegaczy z White River. Udaj się do... Fajna nazwa. Fast Food Podłoga 02 i pozbądź się grasujących tam zombie. Dobra. Zobaczymy. O, ja właśnie zrobiłem zakupy za cały nasz hajs. To kupiłem węgiel, azotem potasu, proch strzelniczy, części strzelby. Tak szczerze to szukałem antybiotyków po sklepach, ale nie było. Jakby były, to bym chyba wszystkie wykupił. Znaczy te rzeczy jakby drogie są bronie, jakieś pojazdy. Kurde, mi się stamina nie regeneruje. Dobra, zabiłem 6 zombie. Misja zrobiona. Jeszcze ten. Widzę, że tutaj się chyba odnowiła lokacja, jak kliknąłem rozpocznij. Znaczy skrzynki też się zresetowały. No bo ja byłem w ogóle w sklepie. Questy są różne, nie tylko zabij. Bo chyba jakieś skarby też się szuka. Szkoda tylko, że mnie zaraz dojedzie. O, infekcja. Jutro idę na siłownię. No, ja będę między 18 a 19 będę. Yy, No ja planowałem dzisiaj pójść spać o 21. No też nie mam o siłę tyle siedzieć. No jutro no to siłownia, no to wcześniej nie będę. Zadanie questa 3000 expa, 800 hajsu i wybór jednego z przedmiotów. 60 amunicji do strzelby albo modyfikacja zamkowane ostrze. 3000. Mhm. Teraz na przykład stację benzynową do wyczyszczenia mi dała. Zobaczymy. Jakie a drewno, tak? W piecu. Mhm. Za... Kończy się tak, że Oskar pomóż. Hmm. Zobaczmy, co będzie za drugą misję. A, znowu 3000 expa, 800 hajsu i wybór między książkami. Wydaje mi się, że nie. No ale to i tak możemy wziąć sobie dwie, pójść dwie zrobić. Zesraję. A jedzenie, co to jest? Puszka kosztuje 180. To tak, nie wiem. Kurde, za tą babką 3 sejfy są, a ja... Kurde, nie skoczę tu. A nad nią chyba włas jakiś jest. Tylko pytanie, jak ja wrócę wtedy. Azotynu? No to jest do robienia amunicji. Także... Znaczy specjalnie nie musisz kopać. Nie, no ja to jak będę potrzebował, to sobie wykopię. Patrz, suka, kraty wstawiła, nie wskoczę tam. Ty szmato. Nie mogę cię okraść. Byłoby to całkiem logiczne. Kurde, wkurza mnie ten rower. To on tak zwalnia. Mógłbyś zobaczyć, czy w książkach, jak masz skille, na sam ostatnia kategoria książki profitów, sztuka górnicza, czy masz trzecią część? To mam dla ciebie. No to bardzo... Z ziarna i wody. Tak. Aktualnie 24 mogę zrobić. Mogę nawet wstawić do robienia. Jest drewno? Nie ma drewna. W skrzyni? Jest w skrzyni. Co narzekałem? Panie, kto to panu tak spierdolił? Zrobię to lepiej. Lolo. Jakiego używasz? A WOMu, a no dobra, dobra, bo ja zrozumiałem WoWa. Jakiego kurwa WoWa? Kurde. Tak.
Byłby pan w stanie...
No. Jak nakłamałem? Wiesz. Da się grać bez golda, ale każdy gra na goldzie, bo każdy gra na goldzie. Tak. Wiesz, wpływa na to kilka czynników. Po pierwsze, jest bardzo duże ułatwienie dostępu do czołgów premium. Znaczy, no, wiesz, jakieś maratony, nie wiem, w turnieju można wygrać, ale to, no, to akurat jedna z rzadszych opcji. Ale się da. No, jakieś maratony, no, dosyć tanie są niektóre premki, tak? Do tego amunicja jest za kredyty. No i myślę, co też jest podświadomą przyczyną, że nie ma czatu z drużyną przeciwną. I cię nikt nie zwyzywa od goldnubów. Znaczy, nie wiem, no mi się tak wydaje, że to tam jakiś procent przyczyny też może mieć, nie? Że... Teraz to i tak nie ma drużyny przeciwnej czatu. Znaczy ja szczerze uważam, że to trochę takie sztuczne ograniczenie. Żeby, znaczy, tak, znaczy przede wszystkim dać jasno do zrozumienia, że masz opcję wyłączenia czatu, no ale z drugiej strony ten, kto chce to mieć, no to niech ma. Albo żeby chociażby domyślnie było czat wyłączony. I żeby ktoś na własną odpowiedzialność. Przy wodzie nie ma piasku? Kopałeś w tym bajorku? Czekaj, ale bo to jest zmiażdżony piasek, piaskowiec i to z małych kamyków się robi. Małe kamyki w betoniarce. A, jest jeszcze... A nie, czekaj, bo to jest zmiażdżony piaskowiec. A ty potrzebujesz sam piasek, tak? A do czego potrzebujesz? Czekaj, zaraz zrobię betoniarkę, to ci powiem. Chcesz mieć miejsca w pierwszym rzędzie? Chcesz być pierwszy na kanale, który udostępni te informacje. Czyli przyznaje się pan do kradzieży? Może. Myk. Dobra, betoniarka się robi. Tylko będziesz musiał wybrać miejsce, gdzie ją postawić. A to kiedy odpalają? Zrobiłem cię motorynkę. Nie. Paliwo można też craftować. Z łupków bitumicznych. No, trochę tego mamy tam. Pierdolenie. No tak, tylko karę się. A, no tak, tak. No ty na dole jesteś. Rzucam ci książkę. Kawę też chcesz? Mieszanka betonowa, zmiażdżony piaskowiec, mały kamyk, cement. I zmiażdżony piaskowiec robisz z małego kamyka. Tak. To ja ci piaskowiec już tu 600 zrobię. Sztuk. Czy 1200 chcesz? No nie wiem, no bo tylko tyle kamienia. Okej. Ale rudę? O. Bo one sporo u tradera warte są. Bo z nich nic nie robisz, ale trader je skupuje. Gdzieś tu jest napisane, ile w liczbach jest potrzeba expa na level? No, 15 000. Czyli 40 000 na jeden level. Około. Hmm. Zaraz nową zabawkę będę miał. Pompę. No sobie robię. Zobaczymy jaki przeskok będzie, bo z tej jednostrzałowej na dwururkę był według mnie olbrzymi. Mocny upgrade. Znaczy, sam fakt ilości pocisków w magazynku już jest poprawia stan rzeczy. No to wiesz, czasem 2 pociski jeszcze nie zawsze trafię. Bo nie zawsze starczają. A tu i nie wiem, z 6 będzie? 9! I tu jeszcze ładujesz tyle samo czasu co ten. I tu horda mini przyszła. Ty, ale tu naprawdę dużo zombie jest, Oskar. Oni tu niszczą bazę normalnie. Ty no. O fuck. Podpaliłem się. O, znowu się podpaliłem. Przez ten ogień nie widzę gdzie strzelać. I mnie ogień zabije? Zabił mnie ogień. 2 razy się podpaliłem. Nie miałem wody nawet. To nie wiem. Czemu tu jest tyle zombie? Kurde, tam jest nagroda, ja chcę potem nagrodę. Tylko, że w czasie hordy te zombie były w miarę zajęte. Teraz nie są. Teraz wszystkie latają koło tego worka. To amunicję zużyję na gnoi. Ej, gówno warte. No, tu powiem ci... Jeszcze trochę, jeszcze chwila i kurde filar poległ. Oni cwaniaki zamiast filar, to pod filarem klocki bili. Dobra, to strzały odzyskałem dla ciebie. Mam 17 twoich strzał. Trzeba. O, ale przynajmniej pozbyłem się infekcji i praktycznie całą karę stąd wyekspiłem. 1/4 jednego slotu mi została kara. Ale kurde, ile amunicji. To sprawdź. Na 3 twoje alterego. A. Okaże się, że twoje są biedne, a twój ojciec jest milionerem. Chcesz iść ten? Misję porobić? No, u góry jest postawiony. Tak, i w środku masz ten piasek, co ci jest potrzebny. No. No i... No. No i... Kurde, nie ma, że staminy brakuje. No, ale paliwa... Trochę schodzi. Znaczy, nie jest źle. O, było. Po 6 tradera otwierają. Jeden kamyczek to jest jeden bruk, co nie? Mhm. Czyli się nie opłaca. Nie, no bo tutaj w tych magazynach i tak dalej są te takie stosy, nie? Takie. To na jedno uderzenie to masz z 2 dostajesz 3. Co? No ty kurwo, no. No. No mnie znowu zarazili. Także się nie nacieszyłem. Jaki ołtarz, kurde. Cały czas mam misję poziomu pierwszego i kurde... Nie wiem ile ja mam ich jeszcze zrobić. Czy może jakieś lepsze będą? No to da się sprawdzić? Ja tam mi się nigdzie w oczy nie rzuciło, ale to... Jak wrócę, to zwrócę uwagę. No ten piasek bardzo szybko, kilka na sekundę się robił. No. Wiesz, betoniarek można zawsze więcej, nie? Bo betoniarka to ona droga nie jest. No nawet nie sprawdziłem. Właśnie ten. Z tych książek, co się znajduje, zebrałem wszystkie do szycia książki. I mogę tworzyć jakieś ubrania wojskowe. Bo właśnie z tego włókna. Tylko żeby mieć to włókno, to ten. To trzeba inżyniera wbić chyba na któryś tam level. Tak. Teraz na ten to będziesz miał stalowe strzały. No cóż. Chyba, że się któregoś dnia w sklepie trafi. O, kolejna ta zrobiona. Z książek, co tym razem zrobiłem? Dziennik łowcy. Uzyskuj więcej kości mięsa i skóry ze zwierząt. Bonus dostałem. I like it. Panie, a propos łuków, właśnie otworzyłem i znalazłem schemat na drewniany łuk, ten lepszy. Nie bloczkowy, ale ten pomiędzy. Tego nie czytam, to sobie... A, masz go? A to ja ci mogę zaraz poszukać u tradera, może ma. Jak chcesz. Kurde, niepotrzebnie w sumie to jedzenie. No, tak. Też się na to naciąłem. Się dowiedziałem dopiero jak mi 2 punkty wcięło na Chyba 6. poziom? A ty nie masz 5? Oj, ile schematów. Wytyfy! Kurde, 3 kundle naraz mnie nagle zaatakowały. Zwy? O, zdążyłem przed zamknięciem tradera. O, dobra. U niego zostawiłem postać. Czekaj, ty chciałeś części łuku. O Jezu, co to za telefon znowu? O, czekaj, wyciszę się. Oskar? Jak ja mam motorkiem zjeżdżać? No tak. I to może jeszcze na główkę, co? No czemu ty postawiłeś tutaj te takie rzeczy? A ja lubiłem dostać kwasem po twarzy. A czemu ja mam ten na czerwono to? Ciemno jest, jestem chory, mam ten i nie widzę nic. Więc ciężko mi powiedzieć. A no, w sumie tak. O, znowu telefon, o Jezu. Czekaj. Dobra, jestem. Nie chciałbyś tam zajebać mi? Na dół mam iść? Już nie. Miałem połowę HP i przeżyłem. To sobie radź. O! Ja spadłem! A ja nie widziałem, gdzie idę. Na ślepo szedłem. Fuck. A ja mogę gipsy już robić to. Lampa przemysłowa. Ja generator mam zbudowany. Ale jeszcze bym potrzebował. No nie, no to i tak byśmy na prąd przeszli, tylko ja potrzebuję jeszcze zestaw akumulatorów zbudować, a jego zaawansowany inżynier. Aha, widzę, że jeden, w sensie to jest osobny item, to jest taki bank energii. No. I to jest, trzeba to skraftować, ale widzę, że nie skraftuję, bo wymagany jest. Co znaleźć? Nie, to nie jest z paskiem. Nie. Ten z paskiem to jest ołowiowy akumulator samochodowy, a my potrzebujemy baterie akumulatorów. Takie czerwone. To na to jest potrzebny zaawansowany inżynier. I to muszę chyba na to 3 skill pointy w sumie wydać. O no, to dawaj, dawaj. Piętro trzeba byłoby w końcu zbudować do końca. się silniki wkłada? Ale wymyślili, kurde. Stawiłem generator i co? Do generatora silniki się wkłada. 150 watów produkcji. Dobra, a jak mogę łączyć te rzeczy? Czy to jest ten... przypisane do... No ale to... Ale to jako item? Aha. A no jest. A, no jest, dobra. Tak, to maszynką. Ma pan rację. Kurde, ale że mi drogę zjazdową zepsułeś, to... Tak. Ej, czekaj, a to jak ja mam wracać na zewnątrz? Jak ja mam wychodzić? Przecież ja nie wyskoczę w drugą stronę. Mhm. Przy levele nawbijać, żeby tę baterię odblokować. Bo niby moglibyśmy... cały czas mieć ten, ale nie wiem, czy to by było w ogóle... Znaczy cały czas mieć generator włączony bez baterii. Ale to chyba byłaby strata prądu. Ty. A. To będzie do tego trzeba jakiś ten poradnik otworzyć, bo tutaj to jest bardzo niejasne. Te kategorie to słabe są akurat. Elektryczność 7 days to die. Ale... wpisuję po angielsku czy po polsku, to nie wychodzi mi tutaj. Ale nawet po angielsku wpisuję. To nie wychodzi. Ale to można tylko przez tradeowanie. Ale to tylko przez trade. Dlatego to mi nie wyszukuje. Ciekawe ile takich rzeczy jest, że tylko przez trade. O, ten solar, kurde, to byłoby bardzo dobre. No to byśmy nie musieli się aż tak martwić o paliwa. A solary ile dają prądu? Czekaj. Bo to trzeba mieć Solar Bank i Solar cele osobno i to się wkłada do tego banku. O, ale to nie wiem. I to nie może być ani skraftowane, ani zlutowane. I tu trzeba mieć jakiś barter level 4. To jest skill. To gdzie to jest ten barter? Ekspert negocjacji? Czekaj, group scavenging. Kurde, ale to w ogóle po polsku całkowicie inaczej znaczenie mają te tłumaczenia. Chyba, że... Czekaj, bo to jest... W inteligencji... Ekspert negocjacji? Tak, to będzie chyba to. Tak, bo to chodzi o to, że ten skill ulepsza tą tajną skrytkę, bo jest jeszcze poza kategoriami tajna skrytka i ona ma jakieś inne różne rzeczy. Kurde, a dalej mam misję pierwszego poziomu. Co dzisiaj jest w tajnej skrytce? Jest... Gówno i... Gówno... O! Zaawansowany miech! Szybkość przetopów kuźnych plus 50%. Kurde, to chyba kupię, bo tego nie... To tylko craftować się da, dobra. Kupiłem. Patrz, suka dalej antybiotyków nie sprzedaje. Jeszcze do drugiego tradera się przejadę zobaczyć. Dobra, a jeszcze te reputacje. Gdzie ja mogę zobaczyć reputację? Nie ma tu opcji, jest... Czy mogę przejrzeć towar? Masz jakąś robotę? Nieważne. Co 3 dni jest zmiana. Dzisiaj była zmiana, następna jest w Dzień Hordy. Czekaj. A co 7 leveli, co 7 zrobionych questów jest upgrade tego. Upgrade na następny tier. No, sam transport. No może i by się dało razem te questy robić, kurde, bo to jakieś punkty zbiórki są. Kamienna siekiera 6 poziomu, chcesz? To nie. Ale kiedyś chyba ten głód zabijał bardziej. Na 5. tierze misji to już fajne nagrody idzie dorwać. 5. tier to już masz 17 000 expa za wyczyszczenie z zombie i 4600 hajsu. O, i dostałem za tier nagrodę i mogę sobie wybrać albo rower, pakiet pancerz z tkaniny 2500 hajsu, schemat lampki na hełm albo pakiet mody do walki wręcz. Chyba szmal, co nie? Masz jakąś robotę specjalną. Otwieranie szlaków handlowych. Ale pozostałe roboty mam 1. poziomu, a tą specjalną mam 2. już. Ale spoko, bo mnie prowadzi do drugiego raidera, do którego chciałem jechać i tak. Tak. W ekwipunku chyba możesz nawet. Co? Będziesz mniej wąchał, to będzie klej. Nie wymyślę. A mieszanka betonowa, ile jej potrzebujesz na upgrade klocka jednego? Mógłbym ci 1000 kupić. Jak je weźmiesz, to będziesz miał mroczki. Taka cena to nie cena. O, części łuku znalazłem. 4. W sumie nie spojrzałem u tradera, czy miał.
So, tower confirmed black? Question mark.
That's what it sounds like, right?
O, schemat pistoletu,
Unless
zajebiście.
they're gonna paint it once it's up there, which I doubt. You can actually see there from south. So let's keep it on this view for a second. So
To się
you got the
mnie
orbital
to
launch tower. On
podoba.
the right side of the orbital launch tower, there's the 3 posts that we can see there. On the right post, at the very bottom, right above the concrete, there's a black mast, and it's on the opposite side of the tower. But that is the first panel that we've noticed of cladding going up.
That will look so cool.
It sure will. I hope they get some LED lights on it. That'll be cool.
Please God, no, not more lights. What's wrong with you? There's so much. Go ahead.
I'm with Nick here. Sorry, Jack. I love RGB lights. Just
Please
give
no.
me like, yes, please.
Please.
We can do like a whole LED board of like you know, do like advertisements. I mean, hey,
Just
you
go
could,
like full
advertise-
Blade Runner, and each side of the tower is its own billboard.
Exactly.
One of them just like a giant scrolling Twitter feed. Oh God, let's please stop.
Yeah,
this.
you could put Elon's Twitter feed up on the tower. That'd be perfect.
Moving right along.
Listen,
It
Moving
would
right
need
along.
fun, though. Definitely needs to be dark mode.
I'm told that we have a new Starship article that is pinned in the comments. So if you want to read sort of a play-by-play of where we're at in the flow and kind of update yourself as to the sort of the state of things at the moment, feel free to check out that article. You know, you're obviously watching a stream right now, but open it up, put it in another tab, and give that a read when you get a chance. Definitely super informative, and it's a good information-packed article. Let's see here. I'm sure the Sea Turtles would love more lighting, more RGB lighting. Let's just moving on. Will Starlink V2 be launched on Falcon 9 with a modified fairing due to Starship delays? Asks Timothy Wood. I believe Elon said they're going to, if there are enough delays to necessitate this, they will just make mini Starlink V2, that I think is the answer there. So it'll be not necessarily the Starlink V2 that will fly on Starship, but a Starlink derived from that is small enough to fit inside the standard Falcon 9 fairing. If I'm not mistaken, that is the plan. Does anybody disagree with that, or am I missing something, or forget about something?
As far as I know, that is the plan. But Chris K actually this week, or I guess last week, did catch a bunch of Starlink 2s stacked up in the payload integration building. So there's a good possibility that they have at least some momentum in
Ja sobie takiej mocy przerobowej nie mają.
So I would imagine they're probably
Kurde, ja 2 miechy mogę
stick with the Starlink
kupić
2s,
przecież.
instead of having to
2 piece są.
1.5 or whatever the heck they call them.
Yeah, a mini V2.
U jednego tradera był jeden, u drugiego jest drugi.
When really, ideally, all you do is you keep making the standard V2s, and you actually are able to launch them with
Tak,
Starship.
promocja.
And super cool find by Chris, by the way. Good job, Chris K, on snagging that. That was in another daily video we put out in the last week or two. So be sure to check that out if you missed it. Super cool stuff. Curiously, though, hasn't SpaceX sort of been... I mean, for example, the Starlink dispenser door on Ship 24 was welded over. So
Ship 24 is definitely not going to have a Starlink payload.
Ciekawe, czy to...
Ship 24,
Czyli bo co mi jak daje? Szybkość przetopu w kuźni.
is just a few meters a second
czyli...
short of a full orbital velocity. So, given nothing, it will still re-enter the
Do
atmosphere.
craftingu jest chyba kowadło, wiesz?
So, I don't...
Ale
to
to trzeba albo właśnie też kupić, albo schemat
the payload plan for Ship 24.
ogarnąć.
If I had to guess, I would imagine it's because they can't get them out in time and then get the orbits raised on the Starlink fast enough to not burn up the atmosphere following the Starship as it re-enters.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of questions regarding that when we were, when we've been talking about this mission profile previously. We're sort of like,
Da się.
was there enough time for the satellites to raise their own orbit, or would they actually overshoot with Starship and then do some kind of, you know, thruster firings to back it back down to a
I wody
suborbital
chyba brudną
trajectory,
trzeba, nie?
you know, just a few meters short like you're talking about. I guess now that they've welded over the door, kind of seals the deal on that. There will not be any Starlinks attempting
Oj,
to deploy
gra
on
ma
Ship
problem
24.
z
The
wczytywaniem
question, though,
drzew u
is
mnie.
what about 25, 26, 27, etc.? What have we seen in terms of the payload doors for those? I know on 25 it was looking mighty nice. Like it looked like a, you know, a newer, more refined variant of what we saw on Ship 24's door.
Yes,
I would-
we... Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I get-
Go for it.
Okay, yeah, basically, I think 26 is the one that is ruled out for now. That is the one that does not look to have a payload door. But 25, 27, and 28 could be the case. And also, I just want to add here, this always all depends if the current design is deemed successful after the orbital launch. Because it could always be the situation that they
Czemu
find something
narzędzia są
during the first orbital
zablokowane?
launch that would prevent them from flying these few starships and then skip a lot. We have seen them skip a lot of starships and a lot of designs in the past where they learned something after
Nie
the
mogę
test and
Michała
were like,
wrzucić.
yeah, well, just go straight to 31 or something.
Yep.
And I just want to point it out always to set expectations, because it is based on what we have seen so far in the Starship history, not likely that they will fly everything in order, and will even
Yeah.
fly everything that is in
Nie działa
order. They
wygaśnie.
might skip some things,
Yeah,
because
totally.
that what has happened in the past.
There's famously no 12, 13, or 14. There was no... Well, there was a 16, but it didn't fly. There was only parts for 17, 18, and 19. They built 20. They didn't... Did they build 21? I know they
21
built-
is standing up in the rocket garden right now, right?
What about
Yes.
22? That one is also? Or did they destroy 22?
Oh no! Oh man, I was the only one who knew this for a while.
I thought the
my
rocket
circle of
garden
friends,
was
and I can't remember.
15,
It's
20, and 22.
That's probably right. That sounds right. So
If I'm not
21 got
mistaken.
scrapped.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the state of play there. So, point being, they have skipped around in the numbers. I mean, they flew Starship SN11 and then they flew Starship SN15. Like it's not linear. So we'll just have to sort of wait and see. Starship 26
yes.
not having a payload door almost makes me start to wonder. Ooh, tanker variant, or like, what is the rationale there? You know, or maybe not even a tanker variant, but just a similar starship that's going to be used for on-orbit propellant transfer testing, or something along those lines, or some other reason that I haven't thought of. So that's very interesting that 26 does not have a door. But yeah, there you go. That's everything you wanted to know and more about the payload door situation.
Likely just more than you wanted to know.
Correct. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say, how fast can a raptor cook bacon? Somebody do the math and get back to us on that. I'm not a mathometer. Doc Watson, thank you for the support. They say, this is for gifting whoever you are. For the gifting, whoever you are. And
Co,
as
zrobiłeś
well
te
as
zestawy
now
naprawcze w
a
końcu?
rocket engine nozzle. Oh, they must have got the gifted
Czemu?
version. I don't know about Boron. That's... I know nobody does it like
Może
Molten
zrobić,
Boron,
nie
which is a
zrobiłeś.
Futurama joke that no one will get, except for like Steve or maybe Chris K or Chris B. Actually, Chris G. I can't talk. Somebody else talk. Boron?
I have no idea. I mean, I know boron is like
Dwie lewe ręce do
whatever
craftingu, ja nie
they
wiem.
used to haul out of the salt mines or something way back in the 1850s, but I don't know anything about boron and rockets. So, Adrian.
No,
you know
I
what
have
boron
to.
is?
I have to pass if it was used on any kind of.
Zobacz jak
Yeah,
się
it's
role
something,
zmieniają.
And
Sorry.
we might risk the conversation here getting a little boron, so let's move on.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
See what I did there?
Yeah. Hey, Adrian, is this more venting in clouds than we've seen recently?
It's
Po co ty tyle kamienia
This could
przetapiasz?
also be the case that the wind just kind of stopped a bit, so it's less blowing it away. But
No,
I
od
also
razu
think
czemu
if
robisz?
you look at it that the subcoolers from methane are on. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, they look kind of. Oh yeah, they're on. You can see them blowing now. This with force, this nitrogen with force out.
Oh, yeah.
And so they are apparently also on. We are progressing here. We are 100% progressing here. And really, the next thing will be the OLM then to stop and prop loading to begin. This is getting close.
Alex in our back channel is saying that's methane loading. So, yeah,
Yippee skippy.
or in the past it has been an indicator of methane loading. So we're moving ahead in the flow here, and we are getting ready for some prop loading, which we will see is indicated when that vent that is 180 degrees opposed to this camera from this view will shut off, and we'll see that vent stop, and we'll know things are getting really real.
They're getting a little frosty.
Może motorek
Stay frosty,
zatankuje.
everybody. Sprognut Animations, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. You guys have heard my spiel about the Capcom membership and the membership program in general. I will spare you on this time. Everybody gets one. But thank you for becoming a Capcom member there, buddy. Stephen Churchill, they say bacon therapy for Adrian. Thank you for the support, Stephen. I don't know if Adrian would like that. There might be like a Clockwork Orange kind of situation where we have to like pry his mouth out. Anyways, Aaron Wolf, thank you for the support. They say, any idea why they did not... When they didn't know a hop test was super heavy like Starship? I think the answer there is there's not quite enough info for them to learn. I mean, they did SN5, they did SN6, they did Starhopper, they did this.
Do you all event stop?
It stopped.
Yeah, we are into LOX loading.
Woohoo! Excellent. Alright, so now the next thing we're going to look for is the vehicle to start to get frosty, which is awesome because once it's frosty, then they can get fiery. First frost, then fire. But yeah, just it wasn't worth their time, basically, Aaron. Alan, thank you for the support. They say hi from Ireland, glass of wine and a static fire, Alan and Sarah. Hey, Alan and Sarah, thank you for the support there. Wow, Ireland, that's super cool. Hey, that reminds me, sorry chat mods, but if you're watching from somewhere around the world, which I guess you have to be, throw in chat where you're watching from. I always like to see where people are watching our streams from, so. But thank you, Alan. Hope your glass of wine is excellent. Silly String Parfait, wow, what a name. They say, do we know how long Wednesday's SLS window is? It's 120 minutes or 2 hours. Starting at 1:04 a.m. Eastern.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. Oh, look at all the everyone's saying where they're from. Germany, England, North Wales, St. Louis, London, the Netherlands, Sweden, Massachusetts, Germany, Washington, New Zealand again, Florida, Indiana, Cambridge, Starbase, Texas, says Chris K.
I was trying to do that. You beat me to it, Chris.
Oh man, Wisconsin, France,
No,
Holland,
dalej.
Austria, Poland.
Pierwszotierowe
Netherlands. North Carolina? Very cool. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in around
Chyba,
the
że-
world, and thank you for all the support, because your support allows us to bring this stuff to people around the world.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, I see that.
You,
Do you want to take that? Go for it.
no, I was more about. We missed the joke earlier.
Chyba, że to jest tier na osobno na każdy konkretny rodzaj misji.
Boron is the fifth element.
That's hilarious.
We missed that.
That's
Super,
hilarious.
do zakładu
Well,
pogrzebowego.
actually, no. I would tell you what the fifth element
Ja
actually
uwielbiam
is, but then I
misje
would ruin
takie
the movie.
z
So I'm just
trupami.
gonna move on. Not that you'll ever watch it, but you know. Nathan Beisman, thank you for the support. They say, what's the distance to cook perfect marshmallows? I assume you mean on the static fire. That? I don't know. What do you think?
That's a
Nick?
good question. There's a fine line between being too close, where your marshmallow just gets toasted and just disintegrated, and then there's too far away, where the static fire only lasts for a few seconds. So you definitely do need to be close enough to where you get enough toast. Like you need a good toast to non-toast ratio on your marshmallow. It'd actually help if you had like a little spinning stick that you could get both sides of the marshmallow during the 3-second static fire, or however long it's going to be. So yeah, I feel like it's something we need to ask SpaceX about. This should be an official answer.
Eric in chat says, Nick, if you can research where that fine line is, that'd be great.
I will get back with you.
And where did that go? And Jim
I'll probably
Cabot,
stick the camera there too.
Jim Cabot in chat says, 33 engines, the proper distance to roast a marshmallow is 5 miles, which I find quite hilarious. David Lane, thanks for the support. They say, I brought bacon. Excellent. Is it oven bacon? Because that is the superior form of bacon. Thank you for bringing bacon. And the support. Robbie Bradley, thank you so much. They say, hey y'all, do you think that they will possibly attempt the flip and try to mock a landing when they do a splashdown with the orbital test? Thanks to the stream, let's light some of this candle. Indeed. I think the plan is for a soft splashdown, so whatever that ends up meaning, that sounds like they would do a flip and burn to me, but who knows. Martine Lode, or Lode, thank you so much for the support. They say, any chance of Starship Christmas tree deck being made for your shop? I would love you one to go along my shuttle. I'm not quite sure. Well, I'll send this to the shop people and see if they understand.
Like ornaments?
Yeah, I'm not, I think, oh, decorations must be what they're talking about. That would be cool.
Oho. Chyba
We
jakieś
have
ukryte
Christmas
osiągnięcie
stuff coming from
odblokowałem.
the shop, stay tuned.
A nie,
Thank you, Adrian.
zabij 2500 sobie.
Dune Dim, thank you for the support. They say, you guys excited for KSP2 multiplayer streams?
Thank
Question
you.
mark. I am definitely excited. I think we're all excited for it, and
Yes.
I would do a multiplayer KSP stream, even just for.
No zobacz chociażby aktualne statystyki.
Yeah,
That-
I would be in
Dwa
that.
razy więcej od ciebie ponad.
I'll join.
Keenan, becoming a Capcom member. Thank you, Capcom. Or thank you. Oh my God, my brain. Thank you, Keenan. You get Discord access with Capcom membership. So hop into Discord and say, hey, Smooth Juice with a super chat. Thank you, Smooth Juice. They say, evening guys. If Ship 24 survives a water landing, do you think it would come back to Starbase? Don't forget the like button, peeps. I don't think it would. I think they would just sink it in the water. What do you guys think? If it survives the water landing, do you think they would try and recover it?
I would think no, because that would be a huge undertaking to get a splashdown hardware from all over there. Because, I mean, it would be in the Pacific, right?
Yes.
So you would either need to recover it somewhere on the west coast and then ship it all the way over to Starbase or something. Or you would need to, like, tuck it all the way through the Panama Canal to the east coast, which sounds also very, very labor intensive for a hardware you probably will never use again. So I think they will sink it.
Jack,
Yeah.
do you have your tinfoil hat handy? 'Cause you
I
can maybe
always
put
have-
it on for this.
I always have my tinfoil hat. I mean, they could
Good.
totally get a ship like Mighty Servant or something, like a semi-submersible transport ship, to like go under it if it's floating, and then lift it up, and then just haul it back through the channel to the port of Brownsville.
No, Jack, even better. So they get that semi-submersible ship to bring it upright, and then you can test the SSTO or the point-to-point capabilities of a single starship, and just light that sucker and fly it the rest of the way home.
What could go
I
wrong?
hate to interrupt this, but we have some more updates.
Przepis na
Because the
grillowane
engine
mięso.
chill
Przecież
pipe
to jest
on the
domyślnie.
Octolaunch pad is frosty.
Oh yeah,
You can see it here.
We just
Yeah.
lost the view that had it. Oh no, right there. You're talking
Yeah.
about the vent on like that white pipe, which is white now because of frost, that is sort of on the bottom side of the disc of the orbital launch mount itself.
Yes, so this means part of the engine chill has begun. So they are definitely progressing in this test. We might talk about the test very soon. Like, at this point, the next thing would probably almost be the Siren.
Wow. Okay, so we could be getting very close. I sort of expected more frost on the booster at this point, but as we've talked about many times on all of our streams, the fact of the matter is they are able to load an amount of propellant into the vehicle, essentially where, if you think of the aft dome and the common dome as big bowls, they can fill those bowls with propellant to the extent that they have enough for a static fire, but they don't have quite so much to make the walls of the vehicle itself frosty, because there's no cryogenic propellant on touching the walls. It's all just contained within the domes itself. I sort of expected frost for this test, given that we're expecting a higher number of engines, but I as with Starship and Super Heavy, everything is more than you thought, including including the amount of propellant that's contained within a single ring, which is a hilariously high number of tons. So it seems like we're progressing into a static fire test, which is exactly what we want to see today. All ears out now for the Siren. Super exciting. You know what else is exciting? We
I każdy
have
trader
merch.
Znaczy jest 5 botów, którzy sprzedają i każdy jest nastawiony na coś innego. Ten, u której robię misję jest niby medical supplies, ale kurwa te supplies to takie...
Check out our hoodies. We've got a couple different designs. This new Starship one is super duper cool. Like I said, it kind of gives me a Texas Starbase Starship vibe sort of all at once. So just gonna point that out. If you want to help support what we do, if you want to help bring our coverage to people around the world like we try to do every time there's something interesting going on, check out the merch store, find something you like. Maybe it's a hoodie, maybe it's a metal print, maybe it's a calendar. We have calendars, so just check out the merch store. Consider buying something. If you see something you like, you want something physical to show your support for what we do, you don't have to just hit the like button, you don't have to just subscribe or do the super chats or what have you. You can get something physical with the merch store. So check it out. We really appreciate your consideration. Oh, and there's the calendars. There's 2 different calendars. Buy one or buy both. You get a discount if you get both. All right. Moving on. Get them both.
We have Frost.
I'm looking for. Oh yeah, look at that Frost.
We have Frost on the booster on the Lox tank.
Excellent. So, part of the reason why they would load a limited amount of propellant in the vehicle for a test like this is because if anything is, shall we say, off nominal, then you know you're limiting the amount of reactive agents that it could potentially catastrophically combine for bad things to happen. So there you have it. Limited amount of propellant, but hopefully a large number of engines.
Also, the ground engine chill vent is going. You can see it on the right, Cameron, right below the tower. You can see there that that's one of the pipes that is related to the engine chill vent as well. And there it goes. So, all good signs. All is progressing well. We are getting closer to a potential static fire test of Booster 7.
Excellent. That is exactly what we want to hear and see. I'm like jazzed. I don't know. Chat can probably tell. I have had no caffeine today, and yet I am like riding the excitement wave here because we have not had a static fire of a booster in quite a while, and it's always an exciting thing when we have new milestones. So you gotta love a milestone, especially in a program as dynamic and as exciting and as, I mean, shall I say unpredictable as Starship. Honestly, this could be a big moment. And look at that Frost go. It's climbing fast.
Yeah, they are there. So I always like, you know, they are into fast fill. And,
nice. Is it kindler and gentler fast fill, or is it just regular, like, grouchy fast fill?
I feel it's like grouchy fast fill.
if people have
mów, no ja ci powiedziałem o tego, no.
Idea what we're talking about. Cool. Well, now we listen for the siren and hope that we get ears on it.
Bloczków
postawiłeś. Feel free to interrupt and jump in.
So actually, I'm gonna go join Chris K at the Hearing Sirens place, and I will hop back on the live stream after this potential static fire event, and we'll see you all a little bit later. Thanks for having me, guys.
We'll see you on the flip, buddy. Take it easy.
To się bardziej
So I guess instead we're gonna need some kind of super cool
kopać i ulepszać niż zabijać zombie czy robić misję.
While we get closer and closer and closer to static fire. Is there anybody that could possibly do that? I'm not sure we have anyone.
I hear you stalling for time. I hear you stalling for time.
Oh, okay. I don't hear you in my headset. Do we have?
No, he's wrong channel.
Stand by. Stand by. So yeah, if only we had someone, you know, ready to go and swap in for Nick. That would be great. Let's see if somebody magically appears here shortly. I'm just kidding around. We do have Sawyer here ready to swap in momentarily. Sawyer, you're in the wrong channel. If you hop into CommsNet, you'll be good to go.
I just want to point out that you're like that child that is on the stage for their first magic trick on a talent show. It's like something's not happening, and you're like, any second now, the rings will disconnect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good, because I have Verizon, so it's enough. Like the old commercials.
Perfect. Oh man, I feel like that just dated us, but is what it is.
We're the old ones. What can we say?
I'm not old.
People are
That
saying
was
you're a little
rude
bit
to
quiet,
say.
So...
I also don't want to blow people's ears out, but I can definitely go up a bit and see if that is better.
That does sound better to me. Let's see what chat says.
Yep. Hopefully some 5x5s.
All right. Really quickly, I do want to thank a bunch of people who are coming in with the support. It's like we're getting into the... Okay, we're getting 5x5s now, so you're good to go. So I do want to run through some of these while we're waiting for the siren because I don't want them to get too old, and I definitely want to express appreciation. So Michael Tompkins Jr., thank you for the support. They say, is the tank full, and how many engines of static fire will it be today? Like Nick said earlier, we are expecting somewhere between 10 and 20 engines, a large subset, potentially around half of the engines firing up. The tank is not full, super heavy. You can see the frost there on the bottom. It's very limited amount of fuel, but it is fueled right now, and we are sort of in the flow and waiting for the next milestone, which would be the siren. Raymond, thank you for the support. Go for it.
There is another milestone we have not talked about yet, we should point out, because we are not worried about talking about the static fire, because we expect that the fire suppression system would turn on before the static fire. So even if the siren is skipped for some reason or not audible for us for some reason, we would see the fire suppression system spooling up before this test, which would help us indicate that it's now time to not talk anymore.
Wait, we'll see what spool up? Sorry, say that again?
A fire suppression system.
Got it. Oh, and look, the orbital launch mount vent is going again.
That's good. That's usually an indicator that LOX loading is complete, and that would mean we are entering now the final stage of this countdown. So
Cool.
This is a good sign.
I'm going to steal from SLS just like you did earlier and say, coming into the terminal count here.
Yeah.
But we can recycle quicker.
Oh, don't jinx it.
We are basically in replenishing mode now.
Oh, LOX topping. My favorite big ol' topping. Down skated said, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? No real question, just wanted to thank you for what you do. Well, there you go, Down skated. Thanks for the support. Caleb, thank you for the support. How do you see the internet operating once we become multiplanetary? How would lightspeed latency be tackled? I'm imagining orbital data centers and the lack of live interaction between planets. Yeah, no, that's the horrible fact of physics and the speed of light and the universe and everything is that there is no magical thought teleportation device like from Ender's Game or something. Like there's just time delay. There will just be that time delay. So that's just how it goes. Until we find some sort of wormhole communication device. Moldy Space Industries, thank you for gifting 5 red team memberships. Very much appreciated, Moldy Space. Always love when you
Ten twój motorek też tam
so I get to make more Futurama references. Gamer Tom, thank you so much. Asking, when will the engines fire? Adrian, do we have a estimate of T0 at this point, or are we sort of just winging
to
it?
se weź se go postaw.
Could be as early as like less than 10 minutes from now. We are definitely close. The next thing really, I'm basically expecting a siren any second now, where people just tell us, hey, by the way, there's a siren.
Excellent. All right. Well, we'll keep our eyes and ears open. Thank you, Gamer Tom, for the support. Jim Cabot gifted a red team membership. Thank you, Jim, for all the support on all the streams. See your name pop up so often. Doc Watson, Boron is the 5th element. Yep, we got it. Thank you. Gip, thank you for the support. They say, when Stay Frosty merge? That'd be cool. Ninja Decimator, thanks for the support. Adrian, 5th Element Fund. Raymond again, saying, Raymond from Peluso, WA? Is WA Washington?
It is Washington State.
Thank you. Thanks for the stream. Looking forward to not just a 33 engine static fire, but a 33 engine Raptor honk. Can't wait. Hashtag Starship to the stars. That was going to be awesome. I cannot wait for a lot of things regarding that test with 33 engines. William Warren with 1234 with 1234 as a super chat. They say, if you could smell the mock diamonds, would they smell like a fart asking for a friend? No. The methane used for rocket launches and for Starship does not have the mercaptans added that normal like natural gas that you might get into your house and your stove. There's a chemical, I think it's called a mercaptan. I could be completely wrong, but it's basically they sent it so that if there is a leak, you smell it and know to get away and not be exploded. However, that is not a thing for rocket fuel.
Well, on the other hand, probably still a thing.
Yes, definitely a thing there. Elmad, thank you so much for the support. They say Larry Maddox turns 70 on Thursday. Have Artemis 1 boarding pass. Want to see my name going to the moon on Wednesday. Birthday wish is to live long enough to see Starbase Moonship 1 land on the moon. Well, good luck, Larry Maddox. Super awesome that you are tuning in and excited about this stuff, and I'm sure you've seen some crazy awesome events, spaceflight-wise, happen in your lifetime, and hopefully you get to see a whole bunch more. So thank you for the support there, buddy. Tracy gifting 5 Red Team memberships again, I think. Thank you so much, Tracy. Very nice of you. Stucco Dude. I wonder if they're like a general contractor dude that does stucco. Thank you for the support, Stucco Dude. They say, do you think SpaceX would ever do an engine test feeding directly from the umbilical, or do you think it has to be tank filled and fed? I think it's the latter. It has to be tank filled. It's a vehicle, not a test stand. Guaro, thank you for the support. They say crowd clouds, how does smell like? Taco burn smell, that's hilarious. And Saved by Grace, thanks for becoming a Padlet member. Alright.
So just as we're getting closer to this potential static fire, one thing that could be a good giveaway of what it's going to be is the fire suppression system. If it only uses the nitrogen, then it's probably going to be similar to a spin prime like we saw on Thursday. But if we do get the full water deluge, then expect some fire.
And as we all know from our cave person brains, fire good, but also fire bad. Oh, I'm so conflicted.
Good for bacon, good for rocket engine.
It's a conflict there right now, right? It's fire good, but touching fire bad, I feel like.
Yes, okay, thank you for the clarification, Adrian. That's very critical at this juncture.
Perfectly put.
Let's see here. Travis Cecil in chat is saying methyl mercaptan. That's the thing I thought I knew about, but didn't quite know about, but sort of knew about. So thank you. That's the smelly thing that goes into natural gas. And David Swan is saying propandiol. I don't know if that's true or not, but I just read it in chat, so that makes it true, right?
The internet, of course, is true.
Ale widzę, że
It has to be true.
że jak jesteś w pełni najedzony, to możesz więcej slotów dźwigać.
We're
W
still
sensie,
waiting for the siren. If you're wondering where we're at, we are basically expecting
jak
static
jesteś
fire
najedzony, to
imminently, but we have not
jesteś głodny, to masz chyba karę
so
do
we are
noszenia.
standing by, although we might just not
Ilości
get it.
slotów.
That's always possible.
No ale przed chwilą miałem mniej slotów, a teraz się najadłem i
100% bank on this
mam 2 więcej.
Yep. So we're keeping our eyes open. What is the I guess the next indicator other than the siren would be that
We have a
delta.
siren. We have a siren.
All right, 12:31.
No u mnie też,
is
ale
the time of the siren. If
zauważyłem
it's 10
różnicę.
minutes, which it won't necessarily. 12:41 would be the T0, although it could be any time between now and then, or a little bit after. The siren is not necessarily a 100% deadlocked 10-minute warning, but that is the intention. So that's where we are at. Moments
Masz
away from
glinę i
static fire.
kamyki?
Thank you everybody for joining us for this stream. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm and your support. We could be coming up
A ile
on
kamyków
a
masz?
historic Starship milestone here, something we all want to see, and a little
Dałbyś
bit of
tysiaka?
progress towards
1200?
Starship's orbital test flight. So, all smiles here, definitely exciting. As I look over and take a gander at the Space Launch System rocket on pad 39B,
No bo chcę drugi tygiel
I
zrobić.
am humbled and heartened. Heartened? Is that a word? Right? Because there's disheartened. I'm heartened. Because
I've never heard it, but I like it.
either way, we are progressing into a future where humanity is a space-faring race, which is awesome. And it's probably going to take a little while still, but hopefully not quite so long, and hopefully we all get to live long enough to see the baby steps that we start to take out into the solar system. Very exciting, and this is a small but important part of that. So, once again, thank you everybody for joining us on this one, and thank you for the support. We should do a poll. Does somebody if Chris B, if you're watching,
No to zabierz, nie mam.
say like how many engines do you think it's going to be?
Nie, bo ja
Like, that
tobie
will be
takie
able to
rzeczy
actually
dawałem.
tell. Maybe we'll get a tweet or something from SpaceX or Elon saying, you know, successful X number of engines static fire after the event.
found a pretty good vent there, by the way.
Takiemu wyrozumowania to dużo rzeczy jest moje.
Excellent.
No to ja lutuję,
the
ale
engines are
no,
chilled down, as
nasze,
evidenced
nasze.
by that pipe, and we're seeing them do occasional little vents here and there. So, vehicle is active and ready to go.
I co?
And just
I teraz z tą piątką ile wykupujesz?
might not be precisely at 10 minutes. So it could be any moment now. And as soon as we see that water deluge start up, we're going to shut our mouths and listen to the awesome sound of some number of raptors roar.
Zawsze coś.
Yeah, the siren has been a horrible 10-minute indicator in the past, and it was as late as 4 minutes before T0.
The most common number I'm seeing in chat is 16, and there is a poll now. So if you want to answer the poll, go jump in and answer the poll. Tell us how many engines you think it will be. But here we go. We're getting real close here. Vehicle is fueled. There is frost in the LOX tank. There's LOX in the vehicle. Presumably there's methane as well, although we can't quite see any frost in the tank. But once again, that could just be because a limited amount of methane has been loaded. We have heard a siren. It was a few minutes ago, so just moments away from a static fire test of Super Heavy Booster number 7. I'm jazzed. I'm sorry if I'm talking too fast here, but I am jazzed.
Wait, I gotta change your name in the chat if you're Jazz, not Chad.
Sawyer.
Best buyer.
You just took the wind out of my sails. Go. I'm not
As
even.
long as I don't take the methane out of our rocket here, we're good.
Hey, all right. Wind back in
Oh.
sails. Methane back in rocket. But again, potentially moments away from a static fire test of this vehicle for the first time in, I don't even know, how long has it been since they did their last static fire with a booster? It's been a couple months, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I'm just completely forgetting here.
The last static fire was on September 19th with static fire 4 on Booster 7. I know that thanks to nextspaceflight.com.
Yeah, shout out to Next Spaceflight and Michael Baylor, the cool guy that develops it. People frequently will ask me, like on Instagram or what have you, like, hey, how do I tell when the launch is going to happen? Next Spaceflight, definitely a great way to keep up on things. Also, a little website called NASA Spaceflight, which there is a new Starship article. So if you
Przejebane w takiej okolicy mieszkać.
recap in your brain where we're at with everything, check out the Starship
Rzuciłbyś tą
article that we
glinę?
just put out today. A couple hours ago, if
I
that.
tak mi się
I mean, it was during the stream. So some hot,
Dzięki.
fresh information there for your neurons to devour.
Speaking of hot and fresh, we might just be minutes away from a static fire here, and I love that segue. Sorry, I was just happy.
I see what you did there. I'm glad you're happy. Happiness.
Thank you.
I get a reminder, the potential is maybe somewhere between 10 and 20 engines for this one, which is really exciting. I mean, the last one we had was 7, so we're just getting the progressive ramp up and getting that much closer to 33.
Yeah, like with the entire Starship program, it's sort of an incremental, step-by-step, expand the envelope, try a little more, do a little more, slowly, step-by-step. And like you said, the last static fire we saw was 7, and today we are hoping to see a greater number than 7 engines, which would be a big milestone. Once again, that NASA document we were talking about earlier says that they are going to do more static fires with subsets of engines, and says that they are going to do eventually a 33 engine static fire. So, you know, this is kind of all on the track towards the orbital test flight that we've all been waiting so long for. It felt like it was going to happen so many, it's been progressively 2 weeks away for the last like year and a half. So definitely excited for another milestone in the Starship program. Check off the box, move on to the next thing, and get this vehicle operational. I think that's what we all want to see, right?
I mean, we had
100%.
absolutely, we had Falcon Heavy last week, and so now we're just up and keeping that thrust going up.
27 engines and now 33 engines, although we're not expecting 33 to fire.
Ile w wysokości sufit będziesz chciał zrobić?
You never know.
I'm just staring at this pad. I'm just like looking at any early indicator that this deluge or this fire suppression system is firing. Just like it's my eyes are like too close to like I would not recommend to be this close to a monitor. Like I am right now.
This is the Clockwork Orange moment where like we have the things that like
Bo
keep
chcę
our eyes
te
open and we're just sitting
światła
there like,
zrobić.
putting eye drops in our eyes so they don't dry out as we stare unflinchingly at the base of the orbital launch mount, hoping to see any sort of sign of activity.
In the words of the 10th Doctor, don't blink.
Oh man. let's see here. I don't want to do questions. We'll get back to doing questions here when we're not quite so close to a static fire event. But remind me again, when was the siren? Was that at 12:31? If memory serves.
Correct. 12:31. So we are approaching 10 minutes. But again, it's basically how we imagine the siren is working. Is like the sheriff is called and be like, hey, now make the siren. And that could always, like, there is a lot of humans in there, and humans produce errors and timings. So
yeah, I mean, it takes time for them to relay the information to the sheriff. It takes time for the sheriff to execute on that information. I imagine they could call them up and say, hey, at 12:25 or whatever, 12:31, do your siren, and that's enough of a warning for it to be relatively accurately, conveyed. But there have been times where we've gotten a late siren, we've gotten an early siren, we've gotten a siren and nothing has happened because of presumably an abort. So 10 minutes is a guide, but we are rapidly approaching 12:40. So really any moment now, just keep your eyes on the base of that orbital launch mount for that deluge to start up, which, do we know that's going to happen? I know they've been testing it recently, but presumably they would use it, but we don't necessarily know for sure they're going to use it. But
I mean, they used it on a spin prime, right?
Exactly, they just used it Thursday, so I would assume that they would try it again. And then they've been testing that Fire X a bunch, so.
Yep, that makes sense. 12:40 and 12 seconds coming up on 10 minutes from the siren. Any moment now, we could expect to see those engines fire up.
That's more venting.
Yeah, this is.
I'm
I always love these moments.
At this point, I'm just sitting here, eyes peeled on the orbital launch mount, hoping we see some good stuff happen.
Yeah, and we're staying kind of quiet in case it does start up very soon.
But I mean, in theory, we should have the deluge system, or at least some warning of that. It's just there's this slight chance that it doesn't appear, but I would basically. I would be very surprised if it doesn't. It would be funny if it fires right now without it, because that would be the biggest jinx of my life.
I see the super chats coming in. I see the questions coming in. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Thanks for asking questions. We are just standing by here for Static Fire, and we'll get to all of that stuff here in a little bit. But thank you so much, everyone, for watching.
And just as it looks right now, this is a very common view we had in previous static fires, where they sometimes are in a very stable hold pattern just before they fire. So this might be a situation where they just hold and check for the final conditions and then get ready. So we have seen this before. This might be very, very similar to exactly what is happening here. As the pad and the situation look very stable right now, it's not really moving anything. It's just venting and waiting.
Yeah, and we're hearing a lot of that venting too, so far everything looking pretty good right now.
Yeah.
It has been more than 10 minutes since the siren. That is fine. It could just be a little bit of an early siren.
And this is why we say the siren is just an indicator, just like they used to say the yellow line is not official in American football.
I don't get the reference, but I appreciate the effort.
Yeah.
Jedna lampa zabiera 7 watów.
In European football, there's something like it's only a foul if the referee blows the whistle. So it's only a static fire if you see fire, I guess.
Bardziej jak ledowa
I like that one.
If a static fire happens and there's no cameras around, can you hear it?
No i do tego każdy przekaźnik, ten przedłużający 1 watt dodatkowy, nie?
How are we?
I mean, we have enough robots that I think the answer is always yes.
No. I kurde, niestety trzeba będzie jednak cable management. Nie wiem, czy to tak będzie stało. Przez
So
pokoju, znaczy
standing
pomieszczenia
by and waiting to see what
kabel
happens next.
na wysokości
Basically,
twarzy.
what is guaranteed is you will get your ears blown out. It either will be because of the depress vent or the static fire. One of these will happen.
Yeah, all hands on the audio switch on whatever, or the the volume rockers on whatever your device you're watching on right now. Be prepared. You have been warned.
There you go. There's your headphone user warning.
God, this is exciting.
Oh, the anticipation now. They're just dragging it out, getting more excited with it.
This is not Dragon, sir. This is Starship. They're not dragging it out.
Stop it. Stop it.
That was great.
No, it wasn't. It was not. You two are not allowed on stream together. I'm going to make this rule right now. What? Oh, I can't. I cannot abide. I am sorry. I cannot.
By the way, if you could hear me laughing through that, I was muted while I was laughing, so I'll just how much I'm actually legit LOLing.
Yeah, you got him good, Adrian. You need to know that you got Sawyer good.
I am very happy right now.
Good. I think we're all happy because we're waiting for a static fire with Booster 7. And it could be at any moment now. We could be in a hold. It could be an abort. We don't know. But the thing is there is a road closure today until 8 p.m. local time. So plenty of time in the window. So yeah, if it doesn't happen immediately, we still have time for a recycle if that's what ends up being necessary. It could happen right now as I'm talking. Please go now. Now.
Yeah, we have Schrodinger Starship. It's both ready for static fire and aborted at the same time.
Yeah, just don't open the box, otherwise you might kill a cat.
Jack, you cannot jinx it like that because the deluge system needs to start first. We will start right now. God damn it.
Now chat just keeps saying now.
Yes, instead of moon, it's now.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's amazing. So yeah, we're just sitting here waiting. Increasingly, as more time passes, I'm wondering what's going on, if we're in a hold or what. But definitely,
100% in a hold.
Keeping our eyes peeled at this point to see, is the vehicle going to vent and defrost? Are they going to restart the flow here? That engine chill pipe is still frosted. Is the frost on the booster doing anything in terms of going up, going down? Does anyone have eyes on that?
No, it's not moving at all. So that's why I'm 100% confident we are in a hold here. Nothing is really changing, which is usually the best indicator to say, okay, this is a hold.
Got it. I mean, that is the definition of a hold.
Yes.
Word is there's a lot of people out and about the area excited for this as well, too, in near Starbase.
Come on, do something.
All right, who's going to start poking it?
Yeah, somebody get a stick.
I don't want to get near it right now, so I wouldn't poke it with a stick.
But just use the Soyuz swizzle stick. There you go.
That would be, yeah. Any excuse to use the Soyuz stick, I think is a good one. Do I tell this story? I kind of want to tell this story. Chris G had to throw out some trash earlier today, and the instructions he got was take a stick to the dumpster, because if the raccoon family that lives in the dumpster is there, you use the stick to prop open the dumpster and let them get out. I don't know why I felt compelled to share that, but we were talking about sticks, and I just wanted to share that. There you go. You get some behind the scenes from Kennedy Space Center. Be nice to be nice to the raccoon family.
Yeah, the natural Florida wildlife. We are in a wildlife preserve, although I don't know how raccoons qualify.
They qualify. I'm on board. All right. Well, we are apparently holding. Obviously, this is a milestone test, as we were talking about. This is something they have not done before, so it makes sense that they might have run into something that they didn't quite like, and they're assessing the data that they have before either moving ahead or detanking or calling it for the day. But we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. This is some classic Texas tank watching here. I mean, we've got a frosty tank. It may or may not produce flames at any point in the next 7 hours. So yeah, this is Texas tank watching. This is what y'all signed up for. So here we are. We hope you enjoy.
And that is the
Yeah,
important thing to remember, is that the road closure does go until 8 p.m. Central Time. So if it doesn't happen right now,
To w tych doniczkach
I'll try.
takich,
Then
to
we
już
still
jest
have
na
time.
glebie
I mean, it could happen right now.
chyba.
Or
To w
right
piwnicy jest hodowane.
You cannot say it every
Yeah.
3 seconds.
Yeah, that joke is getting old fast, but I still like it. You know what?
Yeah,
While we're waiting for this hold to be resolved, I'm going to run through some super chats because they are getting pretty stale, and I do want to express our support to everybody that has come out and shared a little bit of their hard-earned cash to help us do what we do. Wigan Creative, thank you so much. They say, never forget the enemy's gate is down, Bacon Army. I don't get the reference. I'm a failure. But I do like the Bacon Army.
What?
Yeah, the gate is down? What is it, Das? Tell me.
It's even Wigan in the name. You need to read more books, Jack.
Oh, is that Ender's Game? Is this
Yes.
Ender's Game?
Good grief.
I made an Ender's Game reference earlier with the whole Ansible like telecommunications thing. Oh, I'm a failure. I need to
that's
reread it.
skated down. Nothing and no one will ever save you, Jack. I'm out. Bye.
All right, something Giants Cup or whatever. I forget the Wizards Cup. It's been a while since I've read it. Ron Smith says, "Give me fuel, give me fire." Thank you, Ron, for the support there. Matt Weaver, thank you. They say sulfur is what smells, not the methane in a fart. Yes, but in methane for rockets, it is not sulfur. It is the mercaptans or whatever. I forget the fancy word we were using earlier.
The methyl per captain, I think, or the methyl captain, something like that.
Yeah, not to be confused with the other methyl captain, Walter White. I make bad jokes. I'm sorry, Chad, thank you for the support. They say, "Give me bacon, give me fire. Static fire is what I desire." I way to go, Chad. You just made me say a limerick about bacon. George, they say, "I believe the technical term for how fast a raptor would cook bacon is, quote, near real time. Instant bacon."
Ooh, I like that.
We just had a vent from the vehicle. I heard it. I didn't see it. Where was that?
It was on the side, it appears. Side vent of the orbital launch
Also-
mount.
Oh, deluge!
Poka ten streama. Link.
There you have it.
That was a lot.
That was
Wow.
certainly the largest number of engines we've seen static fired on a booster so far. That was amazing, and it
Jezu.
seemed like a fairly long
Zajebiście
duration
dużo.
firing as well.
Yeah.
Success.
And it's standing.
Still standing. Orbital
There.
launch mount is still there.
That's
Excellent.
a
To
large
bardziej chyba
plume from
pyły,
that.
nie?
Wow, the
Też.
dust it kicked up.
That was a lot of engines, 100%. That looked so full of force.
Michael Baylor tweeting that pending official confirmation, SpaceX likely just conducted the most powerful rocket engine firing in company history. If that was a large enough number of Raptors firing, then that could have been the most powerful firing that SpaceX has ever conducted, which is a cool observation on his part. I now kind of want to go back and like rewatch over and over again and try and determine how many engines fired, but it's kind of hard to say given that deluge is active. Holy cow!
Also interesting to see the orbital launch mount still looks pretty good after that fire. So it looks like the fire suppression system, the FireX and everything is doing really well with the upgrades.
All right, with that, I am going to run off and edit a rapid turnaround video of this with some slow-mo and multiple angles and stuff. We'll throw that up on the YouTube channel. We'll let you know because the stream will likely still be live by the time that is on the channel. But I'm going to jump off to get that done. In the meantime, I will leave you in the competent hosting hands of Mr. Sawyer, and replacing me will be Alex. Alex, welcome to the stream. Also, goodbye. Shuttle
Three
horses
shoes
bacon.
to fill. Yeah, bacon. I can fill you in with that. Well,
Alright.
that was quite a test, Sawyer.
Wow, yeah, that was an absolutely unbelievable test. It's definitely more than last time, which has only been 7 up until now. So it'll be interesting once we get the official confirmation of how many of those actually fired. I mean,
And look at the OLM. It's still standing. It's charred, but it's still there.
It's
I
kind
mean,
of
the
crispy.
paint team's gonna have some work.
Yeah. Like some intern that painted it like 2 days ago was like, "Ah, come on."
I know, seriously. But that dust cloud, as was just pointed out in our back channel, with how big that cloud was, it was taller than the entire stack and everything. So you're talking more than 300 feet up for that.
Yeah, it was taller than the tower. I saw. That reminded me of a recent live stream we had. There was a question, and the question was like, "Will the dust cloud kicked up by the booster, like engulf the whole rocket?" I guess we have an answer there.
Yes.
It will likely engulf the whole rocket.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say now, and that wasn't even the full, likely wasn't the full 33 engines there.
Yeah, it's amazing. Oh
Wow.
man.
Oh boy, alright. Oppose myself here. You know, you get super excited by that.
Yeah,
I know I
that
can
was worth the wait. Wow.
I just gonna stop smiling because we've been waiting for
No jedno
higher engine
testowe.
of test firings for Booster 7 for so long, and we're finally there, and things are going well. We actually have a vehicle still standing after the static fire test.
Nie? Ja widziałem kawałek.
And I mean that to me is already a big win.
Yeah. Like, it didn't look like something was off. It didn't look like something went flying or something, which is very good sign with increasing engine static fires. Like, this looked, dare I say it, very clean. And very just, yeah, routine almost. And I love that, because that's what you want to have after such a test. No surprises, just, it looks good.
Co?
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to talk about the sound of those Raptor 2s. Once those lit and fired up.
No to ogólnie się
that sound
nazywa
was amazing.
elektryczny przekaźnik przewodowy.
Sorry, I know I'm just kind of rocket fanning over here, but still. Alright. Well, while we are working on getting some of those replays and taking a look at everything, we can take a look at some super chats and answer some more of your questions. Don't forget, you can always tag us at NASA Spaceflight if you have those questions, and we will try and answer as many as we can.
Znalazłem?
Yep. There is the deep press.
Nie, bo ja tylko prądu wrzuciłem tak, żeby zobaczyć jak to działa.
Let that play out.
Jak chcesz to sobie ale ciemno, jasno jest to, nie wiem czy teraz jest sens. Czyli Saturna pobito.
And we have, oh, forgot we have venting as well. Yeah, I was about to mention Elon's reply, but I'm not sure if they're even hearing us.
So loud, we cannot talk.
Yep. Maybe now?
Maybe would be nice.
Yeah. So we got confirmation from Elon that it was 14 engines.
Yep. Yes, Elon replying to the NASA spaceflight tweet, we can confirm 14 engines, double what we saw in the previous static fire back in September.
That's a lot of engines. And also this booster is now getting saved from what it went through, and just yeah, basically making sure that everything and the detanking goes nice and dandy.
Exactly. So I know this seems kind of like an obvious question, but I know Marcus asked this, I've seen a few of this in chat. Are there potentials for any more tests after this, or what is next from here?
I would say, like, the chance is not 0, but I would call it pretty low. I'm not sure if you agree with me, Alex, there, but I mean, they just fired the most amount of engines they ever did, and I would imagine that this maybe warrant some people going to the pad and having a look at this booster before firing again.
Yeah. I mean, there's still plenty of action to happen, so don't go away yet. There's still a lot still to see here. Alright, while we're seeing this depress and the vehicle safing, super chats here. Alan, thank you very much for gifting 5 red team memberships. Really appreciate that. And anyone who's gotten a gifted membership during this stream,
Bo już mnie oczy zaczynają boleć.
whoever you got them from. Rankly, getting jazz.
A jeszcze muszę sobie jedzenie zrobić. Znaczy chciałbym, nie że muszę.
Like that one.
Zawsze mogę głodny chodzić.
Thomas Bitcoin Crab, the dream is alive, quoting John Young, and it's definitely true that as we progress onwards towards the moon
Jeszcze
and
jeden
Mars,
dom zlutuję i...
Starship, the dream is alive. Sock Eating Golden with a shout out to the next spaceflight app for the static fire imminent notification, which, yes, it is a fantastic app that will give you those updates and will remind you to join us over here at NASA Spaceflight to see them. Question from Hill Street Blues here. I'd love to watch a static fire, but I live 7 hours from Boca. Are there any signs that one is coming a few days ahead? And from my understanding, it all just comes down to those overpressure notices, correct? Right,
Sorry,
Adrian,
can
Alex.
you repeat that question?
Sorry. Yeah, that there's...
Jak zwykły
are there any
klocek,
signs
nie
that a
wiem
static
jak
fire is
czy da
coming a
się
few
go
days
jakoś
ahead?
ten...
My understanding it's just
No.
the overpressure notices.
Well, the overpressure notices usually Mary gets these like a day before, so not even that. Like you can get these information bulletins, the MISIPs, basically indicate that.
Znaczy on nie był drogi w produkcji, więc może jak poprowadzę... No, chociaż z drugiej strony, jak ty nie widzisz kabli, to może ja nie będę...
The only indication that this is a static fire, like the moment we knew that was a static fire, was the siren. Because up until that point, it could have been a spin prime test. So you only know for sure, like, minutes before.
No.
Yes. Let's see.
Fajnie by było, jakby to nie było.
Asking about the potential for the multi-static fires, kind of like they do in McGregor, which, again, it's maybe possible in the future, but not quite sure today. And don't forget, we have McGregor Live, so you can check out whenever those static fires happen over there. So an update again, we do have that tweet from Elon confirming to NASA Spaceflight that it was 14...
Kurde, chyba zamiast takiej normalnej plantacji, to tą grzyzną glebę chyba zrobimy. Kurde, kolejny dom wchodzę i znowu ten.
And just to confirm that again, that is the most thrust that SpaceX has ever produced on a rocket, right?
Yeah, it's equivalent to 37 Merlin 1
Kurde.
engines for reference. So 10 more Merlin engines than Falcon.
No to wystarczy ten, zombiaki
Saturn
martwe.
5 thrust at that rate. You're getting close to, I believe, almost at, if not above, Saturn 5 thrust levels with that, which is unbelievable.
I think it will be sort of more like shuttle levels, but it's very close to Saturn 5 levels of thrust. Yeah, you will probably need 16 or 17 engines.
I mean,
yeah,
that's talking two moon vehicles here, so yeah.
And I think it will break the record for the most thrust ever produced at like 21, 22, somewhere around that. Like, I think that's the level where it would surpass the N1 for most thrust ever produced by a rocket engine.
Wow. That, again, just the power of all of this is unbelievable. So this is actually a very fantastic super tweet here from the paintball guy. You may remember last stream he had mentioned that he would do $10 for every engine as promised. So that is 140 for that giant engine fire. So thank you very much for that extremely generous donation. That money will not go to waste and goes to help bring you guys this fantastic content. And E4 Tango with the same thing at $1 per successfully fired engine onwards and upwards. And I do have to shout out here to Kenji Fox.
Czyli im nie zależało.
Great line, 14 engines fired. Will they file for unemployment now? So, just have to give a quick shout out. But, I mean, if they do file for unemployment, they can always, I'm sure, find another job and, I don't know, maybe have some cool gear that they can wear as they're going to their next job interview. That was a terrible segue, but a segue nonetheless to the fact that we have some fantastic merch in the shop for Starship here. There it is, the Destination hoodies. Hopefully I'm not too robotic and you guys can still hear, because this design is really cool. The fact that it has both of the destinations
A
of
little
the
bit
vehicle.
robotic there, Sawyer, yeah.
Ale Elon mógłby sobie tak trochę dorabiać.
Not sure why, but if nothing else, hopefully you can see
Przecież
the fantastic
za streamy takie 24-godzinne całodobowe, z AdSense'a coś by wpadało.
Destination hoodies are really cool, and if you liked the kind of embroidered design that we had for the Falcon,
No na pewno nie, no ale
you're really gonna like these too. And if you're not in the mood for clothes, you can always keep track of what's going on with your own NASA spaceflight calendar as well. We have 2 of those, in fact. One that is entirely dedicated just to all the things going on down at Starbase. And we also have a second one that includes all of the different rockets and vehicles that NASA Spaceflight is happy to go out and cover for you. So, I mean, the amazing work that our photography team does is just on full display here. These are unbelievable. So, all of those are available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And we can also blame Jack if I'm still a robot, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you might have a leak somewhere, so you need to do an SLS and fix the leak.
Oh,
I'm sorry. It's a low-hanging fruit. But yeah, I really like the fire suppression system with this test, because as I said before, it's not only cool from a hey, it looks cool perspective, it's also very cool from a we are commentators and we are sitting here for hours to watch these, and it's really cool to get a warning when you need to stop talking kind of perspective. Because yeah, we don't want to talk about these static fire tests, and of course with other rocket launches such as Falcon 9, for example, or Atlas, we have a countdown. We know when something will happen, and with these, it's a bit more in the air. So having like these last second indicators, yeah, thanks SpaceX for that. And I really like it. I'm really happy that they used it for static fire from a very egoistic perspective.
One thing that
Yes.
I noticed just right before the deluge system came on,
Czy mu się
I
znudziło?
actually said it on the back channels, and you guys said, "Oh, there was a vent," and I was like, "I'm talking about the side vent." On the other, I was trying to type fast, but I knew like the test was coming on, so I was super nervous right there. I was trying to, like, I was so close to just joining and yelling that it was coming on, but yeah, that was another thing that we spotted during the
Biedak.
Steam Prime test in the summer, and like also the static fire test and so on. And I just saw it and it was like, oh my gosh, it's gonna come just in 30 seconds. It's usually that time, in 30 seconds or so, that it takes from that vent to the test. And so I was super nervous trying to tell you guys, hey, there's also this other thing just right before the deluge came on.
yes. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better, because I want to bring in Nick and Sweeney, who's back joining us from the field. Nick, we gotta know, how was it?
It was pretty good, I'd say. That was definitely the biggest fireball I've ever seen in person. Like, that was big. I haven't actually caught up with all the back channel stuff. I was frantically trying to get some pictures posted. Did our camera survive?
Yeah, looks good so far.
Good. Yep. So that was a beautiful static fire, and I noticed Elon there tweeted that we have confirmation it was a 14-engine static fire. So that's exciting. Any other details and revelations. I'm still getting plugged back.
Nie
into
rozjeżdża
the
ludzi w Chinach.
backside here. Anything else I missed?
I'm right now thinking about, would the last Saturn V flight be the last time that this amount of
Eventów.
thrust was generated on the Earth?
It's
I mean,
ooh, that's a
non-nuclear
question.
blast, probably.
I mean, it dwarfed Falcon Heavy, so
Was
To
there
jest software
any
testing.
M1 firings after Apollo 17? I don't think so.
yeah, that's like my, and also what's like Energia had 32,000 kilonewton. Like this is
hold on.
very interesting. Yeah, let's.
Yeah, I think this is the thrust of Energia or something like that. It's
Yeah.
3,220 tons of thrust, metric tons, by the way. Not
So this
the
would
US
be
tons.
more, right?
I
14,
actually haven't
14.
checked the proper numbers, but if you give me 5 minutes, I can look it up for you.
That would be super interesting because if this is the case, we might just witness, and which is very cool, I think, for Nick because he was kind of closer to this. You might have just witnessed the most amount of thrust ever created by humanity since the Saturn V.
That is really cool. Oh my gosh, the Saturn V getting beat finally. Only took us
Yeah.
like 60 years.
It might be very close. We will. Alex will verify now. But
We're verifying, but at least soon. You know, this rocket at some point should overcome the Falcon, or the Saturn V, not the Saturn.
It's
the
not
Falcon
more
Nine
than Saturn V. It's not more
Yeah.
than the Saturn V, that I can tell.
I just
Because
want to
I
bring
knew it was 16 to 17 engines for that.
I do just want to bring something up here. We saw it a little bit on that other camera view. Hopefully I'm not too staticky, but it looks like there's some kind of smoke in the area there. You can kind of see it that doesn't appear to be venting. I mean, we can see the frost line going down, but anyone else noticing that?
wait, where?
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some small fire.
Yeah. Kind of at the bottom of the OLM there, you see it going across every now and then. We'll keep an eye on that, see if there was any possible grass fires during that. 'Cause I know Musical Wolves came in with the super chat earlier saying no grass fires, smiley face. We'll see if that's still the case. Yes. I want to go through a few more of these super chats as well. Philip Yulee was talking about the anticipation. We appreciate that. And a little reference there. Stretch on crikey. I'm a poke it with a stick. Which, apologies for my horrendous accent there. Bad Bob mentioning Earth's orbit has now likely changed because of that.
I don't know.
thrust.
I mean, I guess everything, even standing up and down, could change Earth's orbit just immeasurably so.
Oh yeah. Skip also pointing out with that plume, I can't believe it was only 14 engines. 33 is gonna be totally bonkers.
Yeah,
Could
like
not agree more.
this is not even like, just process this. This is not even half the thrust of this booster.
That's crazy.
Like, this, I still need, like, I feel like I need some time to fully comprehend that. But this is not even half.
That's
right.
so cool.
And then the other question that I've been seeing in chat is, would they possibly do throttle back on these, or is that a full engine thrust there on these tests?
That's a great question. I believe the way that they actually do that is they spool up the engines and confirm that the initial throttle, like the initial thrust, is okay, and then they spool it up to full throttle. Because it doesn't make sense, at least to me, that you just test them under throttle all the way, especially in a 10-second burn. If you go back and check the length of this burn, it was 10 seconds. So, and especially in the 33 engine static fire test, as I've said before, you cannot cheat physics. You cannot cheat by saying, oh, we're gonna ignite the engines, you know,
Ale takiej tytanowej
one way
raczej,
or
nie?
the other, and then, you know, it actually doesn't have all the engines ignited at the same time at once, at some point in the fire. That doesn't count as a 33 engine static fire test, even if you ignite all 33, because you didn't have them at the same time running. The same way that if you intend
Okay.
to have all engines during launch at 100% throttle, it's kind of cheating that you test them under throttled. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
gosh.
it's a little bit like that.
Oh man. That's gonna be so exciting.
That's gonna be just mind-blowing. I'm currently, trying to get all those numbers and things like that. It is sort of in the same kind of thrust range as Energia. It's a little bit less than Energia, but right now it's probably the most comparable one. I'm still trying to find more numbers here.
So when it comes to math with these, I trust Alex big time with all of this math.
So then I have to correct here and say to Nick, it's only the most powerful rocket firing probably since Energia.
Oh, well, I'm just gonna go home then, because this wasn't cool.
Yeah, like
Jake,
it's
this was
suddenly
amazing.
way less cool, right?
Oh yeah, 0 out of 10.
No,
Terrible.
poszedłem na kolejny dom.
Also, I don't know if you've seen anything about it, but
Ten też zaraz
I've been
kończę.
hearing that there may be some concrete that's kind of gone flying onto the roadways.
Ooh. Well, we'll have to.
Ale
go
coś słabe
investigate
te
that
domy
forward
się
a little bit
trafiają,
later.
wiesz.
Yeah, can you bring me back to
Kurde.
Souvenir?
W ogóle
I
skrytek
don't know if
takich
we can do
zamykanych
that,
nie ma.
but I will pass it up the chain.
Worth a try.
But like, I mean, even
Ale
if
nie,
there's
ja nie robię zadań.
down there that is maybe a bit damaged. I would call this the fact that we see no obvious indications of damage and no obvious indications of fire. I would call this a very, I would say at least mild surprise for me. I was expecting like some sort of issues that would appear on bigger static fires, and yeah, I'm still surprised this went so clean.
I'm gonna be very honest with you. I was kind of expecting like the camera to just go off. It went off on one of the 16 static fire tests that we saw
No,
recently
porobię sobie.
on the ship. So it was kind of amazing. That we actually
Ale
got
właśnie
a
jestem ciekaw, bo,
on
bo bierzesz misję,
that alone
jedziesz na miejsce, gdzie to będzie
that it
i
was,
jest coś takiego jak punkt zbiórki tam. Że musisz tam podejść i kliknąć, że jesteś gotowy.
all the time and everything. I guess it's probably
To może da się,
a
wiesz.
panic bag for that, and obviously for those that deploy the cameras.
Oh, absolutely. For
Yeah.
everyone who's keep feeding those robots, they're feeding them well because they were sturdy enough to take it.
They ate
Talked
their
earlier in the
vegetables.
stream We talked earlier about the stream about the potential of urgent.
A
games.
może
I think
pomyśleli, zrobili to i to.
I had like these strategy games in my mind where you just
Chociaż nie ma co się
confirm
łudzić.
when, Rob is coming and you like have this crossfade for that. That's what I had in my mind for deploying cameras.
But yeah, also shout out to Das for maintaining that and Kevin for switching between the fantastic views during the fire itself. So, I mean, team here doing a phenomenal job with that. A couple more super chats to go through here. Saved by Grace was going to get a few memberships, but didn't work. Good job on the production. While we're talking about the props to the production team on that. Matt Sherwin pointing out, fun fact, the reason they continue to paint the OLM is because they are looking at blast patterns and where to place shielding as they ramp up more engine tests.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. I like that idea. I'm not sure if it's the correct guess.
Znalazłem
but I think that's
AK-47.
one of the most plausible
Chociaż widzę, że tu chyba
reasoning
obrażeń
behind
to nie ma
why
jakichś.
why they paint this path
Mm.
between the static fires. I like that.
Yeah, it's
I
a
really
really
like that
interesting.
idea.
Yeah, because you see him painting, it's like, alright, it's just some paint. The other question is, are there any thermal properties to that paint, or is it more
No
just
faktycznie.
A,
No.
aesthetics, and now B, scorch marking? Something we'll have to keep an eye on, for sure. Let's see. Your MJK, thank you guys for the amazing coverage and wanting 60 frames per second. Nick coming in here saying Saturn V at a thrust weight of 1.2, so about 35 to 3,600 tons, more than the approximately 3,220 tons here. So I see all the math that's been going on in chat.
Trochę za dużo śmieci ze
Appreciate it,
sobą
because I
zabrałem.
went into journalism, so I didn't have to do math.
Good call there.
Yes. Jade4, what do you think of giant space tethers for spaceflight? I don't know if anyone has any space tether ideas.
Space
That will be
tether.
very
I do not.
restraining, I guess.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh. No, 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 no.
I mean, if I
amazing.
can hook up to the Wi-Fi on it, if it's that kind of tether, then
No.
sure.
No.
And oh my gosh. And
But by this kind of response, you probably guess nobody of us has a hard opinion on the space tethers yet.
We don't.
Oh,
Nope, not
oh.
yet.
I will
Dobra.
point out that somewhere else in this
Będziemy
building on
chyba
a totally
kończyć,
different
co?
floor, someone just totally cracked up at that, so a little proud of myself on that one.
I think that's true.
Jak,
Uh-huh.
może jak chcesz, to ja cię
And,
mogę zostawić na
Aaron
razie,
asking,
to
will there be another static fire
sobie będziesz
before,
budował.
I guess
Bo ja
launch
jeszcze
or-
i tak będę tutaj coś w kuchni robił czy coś. A. No jakbyś chciał, to ci będę mógł włączyć gdzieś tak do 21 na pewno. No 22 nawet. Dobra. Dobra. No dobra, bo jeszcze do hordy dojdziesz i... Chociaż nie, to jeszcze jest 2 godziny tam chyba. 2,5 nawet. No. No dobra. Ja lecę tam szybko robić i spać. To na radę jutro.